Hello there, we're back. I had some curry I'd left over, so I'm feeling well fed, refreshed. Got some cider here, still got to finish off. Refill my water bottle. I'm energized and ready to go. And now that it's daytime, I can look around here. Just my G pose. Get a good look. Yep, it's the Wild West, alright. Nice variety of zones in this expansion. But I'm sure it won't just be Wild West towns around here. There'll probably be a good variety of locations. I think over there is the bridge we just crossed over from. Let's go talk to Erenville. Erenville would rather not dither about for long. I should like to think the stableman has arrived with the Rodek by now. I'll go ahead and check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you've had your fill. Saloon. This is the Eorzean text. It looks very similar to like English, so sometimes you can discern the meaning if you know what you're looking at. And some of the characters are similar, like the O's and L's, but yeah, this is Saloon. See, wanted. You can kind of now know where certain words are. Like the W looks very similar. The A, N is like upside down. T only goes. Looks more like an upside down J. E is just in reverse. A D looks like this. I don't actually know Eorzean script, but you know, usually because it's just English words with different characters, you can kind of get the gist of it. I wonder if we can enter this big building. Oh, we can. Oh, this is the prison. Or the jail, rather. Okay. What's Leween in here for? I hope Zakoa doesn't do anything reckless. What are you looking at? What's your business? Come to pay someone's bail, or perhaps you're here to file a complaint? Okay, that's the sheriff's office. It's a shame I had to have my break during most of the daytime, though. It's going to be night again soon. I won't be able to see anything. But like even here, even though it's meant to be like a, you know, a more sparsely covered zone when it comes to the foliage, it still looks more dense than some prior DLC zones in terms of like how the foliage is. It's hard to describe. Some of those older zones look very sparse. I think this is where the graphics update really comes out. Wait, the Pally Tender. That's our Sabatenders now. Okay. Oh, I guess the right's further down. Good-natured stableman. The friends, I take it. Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise of robberies targeting the merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our raw deck. Which is why I have to take that you stopped at Shenzhen Ziwazi Springs. I'll never be able to pronounce that name. Shenzhen Ziwazi. That sounds like a fucking Polish name. I thought it was in America. That's fine, of course, but why didn't the Dustwatch... Why hasn't the Dustwatch dealt with this banditry? Kameka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon these bandits are operating as a gang, rounding them all up. Easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you'll want to take care. Thanks for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then, if you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. I wonder if Estinian will come up again. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. Mount the Runic, and travels with Erenville, we shall. Surely we both could have ridden on one. This is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. I continue to be struck by how much Shaloni has changed. The cactuses look so good. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turn to Nopolitenders. Okay. Not just for the water in their stems, mind. Their fruits are also said to be both nutritious and delicious. Oh, see that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it's brimming with ceruleum. The eruption of flames from within make it for a spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales of people who wandered too close. The Wallaki, meanwhile, show great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. But that's a discussion for another time. We're here. Yes, so the Wallaki are the originators of blue magic in this game. So I'm looking forward to maybe if we do bump into Eddie. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short of runic. Now then. There's something knocking about. I don't know if it's my door or not. Give me a second. I think whoever lives upstairs is probably doing some DIY. That's what the knocking is. Now then. This is Shenzhen Springs, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change comes from Husatawahi was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in 3 years I've been away. The station's on the eastern side of town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Iate was her name, and if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she travelled around Tural. I can but assume she too came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Guess this is the exhaust for ceruleum. Yeah, okay. Traveled a fair bit. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Well, here's a man with blue hair. That's not who we're after. Here we go. Blue-haired Shatona. Aye, I'm Layate. And who might you be? She is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is. Ella Erenville, yes. A grown man. You were such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke. Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Iate. She's known my mentor since we were children. Nice to meet you. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel like for company. You really have grown. Elade Shipa. Pia? Elade Shipa? I don't know how to pronounce that. Elade what now? Yeah. Alright. I was born Elade Shpia. Elade Shpia. Shpia? Is that how you pronounce it? I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Vieira conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Oh, my mic has come loose. Give me a second. What the heck's going on here? I'm gonna have to fix this off later because my cable's coiled around the arm, so I have to tighten up the screw. Weird. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It'd be good to see Kasuya again. She's the finest archer I know, Elena Shpia's mother and mentor. Every time I drop by, she treats us to a veritable feast, prepared with fresh game she'd hunted herself. You're impressive with a bow too, Iate, even among the Shitora. Oh, I wouldn't compare to Kasuya, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Galul Jaja's travelling companions, after all. Or that was in the Vieira we saw in a couple of the flashbacks. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tural lit a fire in her. Even after Elena Shpiaz was born, she often left him in my care so that she would embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you. Iate, please. What, we're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing of the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. You found it? As part of the rite of succession, I assume everyone had heard. That's amazing. Oh, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to Kasusia. Help! I need help! What's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. Well, that's what the sound was. I was thinking there was a sound that sounded like it was just a door opening and closing on repeat, but it's whatever this is. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika, Wuklamat's nursemaid. Erenville, couch. Come in closer and we'll slit her throat ear from ear to ear. If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh yeah. Hold on. Did you say this is Wuklamat's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to give it back. So that's not very convenient for us. I'm going after Davika. This lot I leave to you. Cocky bastard. I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs. We can deal with them later. First, we need to put this one in the dirt. I'm gonna make you book smart. We'll be dead if the boss finds out. Okay. Cerule Anala. Anilars are like these fire demon looking monsters. Cerulean's essentially just like blue fuel or whatever. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea where they're headed. They said they stole something from you. A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Wuklamat. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the writer's succession ended and Wuklamat crowned the next Dawn servant, she's ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and of my plans to return home to Usalani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know, everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve, and now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name if they had left me that bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. We're getting that bracelet back. I'll knock them senseless. Is what Wuklamat would want. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. This is easy. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Kite shall make certain of that. What do you mean us, Erenville? I'm going to be doing everything. You're going to stay here. I can understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as it should. Okay, he's coming with. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wuklamat put so much faith in both of you. Before anything else, let's see her back to Shenshenwezi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Lawate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. I thought once we got to the Wild West zone, the names would be easier to pronounce, but they've gotten even harder. I don't know how to feel about it. I'm going to butcher all these names, and I am not sorry about it. I will not apologize. Erenville told me what happened, and you didn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. It makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. Saddle up. Braced for trouble. Erenville's composed demeanor bellies its eagerness to help Namika. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for those bandits, as this involves a gift from Wuklamat, we must be mindful of how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dust Watch. Well, now that makes me think you're strong. Really strong, are you? Oh, you've got no idea. I may have saved the star on one occasion, no more than any other adventurer. I'll be humble. Aren't we humble now? By the matter of fact way you said it makes me think it's a tremendous understatement. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tona Tenwawi to the south. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking up dried up veins there. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits, not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place. I can let the Dust Watch know, if you'd like. No, not yet. It'd be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain, if no objections. Alright then, let us be off. It's over this way towards the west. I can see a building. Oh, up here. Oh, there he is. It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They've made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dustwatch not have noticed by now? Maybe they're in on it. A question for another time. First we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go ahead and look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. Okay. I'll have a listen. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter. Should I cover up my mouth for this for authenticity? Don't know where they'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would be worth the mines, with easier money to be had. Not when we've got a boss who can keep the Dustwatch off our backs. Ha! Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears. Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them stated souls was running around our crew? That drunk who bought your story out the gold-shitting alpaca, am I right? The gold-shitting alpaca is correct, though. It's true. I've seen it myself. The bandits will not notice you here. You can eavesdrop on anyone inside. As you lean in to listen, you hear someone entering the room on the other side. I brought back the prize. You're gonna love it, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, isn't it? Bet it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please! Please, I'm sorry! Reckon we can find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here, your reward. And don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Hello there, Electrofunk. We're listening through walls, so I tried to stimulate it by covering my mouth. How are you this evening? Oh, there's more. Like, I wonder what the fuck was going on. Yeah, we're listening through the walls. I'm trying to provide an authentic experience, is what we're doing. I don't know how it actually sounds myself. Is my phone broken? Has his mic broken? No. It's intended. Don't worry about it. I'll do it again. As you lean in to listen, a familiar voice rings out through the wall. A familiar voice? It's the old woman, probably. Let me out of here, you bastard! Shut your mouth, you sniffling little brat. Make me! I'll get you all back for freeing my friends. The vulture most of all. You could tell him he could eat shit. Huh. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. Oh wait, I know who they're talking about. It was the guy we saw at the start when we entered this area. Let's reconvene with Erenville. Hello. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. Although I've never played 14, it's been a cozy game to watch. This has been a cozy expansion. But I enjoy low stakes adventures. So, you know, it's been a nice change of pace after the previous expansions. Combined with my relaxing voice, please. You'll make me blush. So where are you able to learn anything? Their leader is a man of the Dustwatch. That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. And you say they gave the bracelet to them. It seems we seem to have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? Zakowa? That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? As you say, they threatened to take him to speak with the vulture. Their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea who's behind the recent rash of robberies in Husawatawi. Did I say that properly? Husawatawi. Husatawahi. Husatawahi. I think I did. But we also know he has the bracelet. Husatawahi. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. We need to get him alone. I'll storm their hideout. I can take them. Yeah, I can. The direct approach may have served you well in the past, but it won't suffice here. Hiwuti is a deputy chief of the Dustwatch. He could claim we're the criminals in all of this, and no few people would believe him. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. What the fuck is this name? Luate Dinya Wasa. I need to take a fucking screenshot of this. There's a small settlement to the northeast of here. Alua Tedinya Wasa. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. This expansion is pronunciation ultimate. Jesus. Oh look, ceruleum. We can walk about the ceruleum. I wonder if any of these ceruleum pockets are going to be fishing holes. Wouldn't put it past them. Actually, logs, fish log. Fishing log. Oh, I haven't uncovered any, so it won't actually show me where they are. Oh, some stone buildings over here. Oh, nice. If we're to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure them out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Stop it! Yehehe, a dragon-like creature that lived to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles the scent when burned. We can lure the Yehehe into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the vulture and his gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask you that you collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plant we require. Here, take these 3 pouches and see them filled, and I'll handle the rest. Even at this level, we're reduced to picking up shit. Oh. It's my hunt mark, actually. I don't know if it's just 1 or 2 though. Might have to grab another one with my maple impaction. It is 2. See how much XP this is. $500,000? Not bad. Yehe Sewa. I'm back. Welcome back, Dragon Lords. I've been bombarded with more names I can't pronounce. Featherworn Nest. You survey the area but see no sign of Yehe Sewa droppings. Oh, there's the big fuck off bridge we went over. Looks really imposing in the fog. Weird, not Mayan, Incan, and Aztec names. I thought it'd have more, you know, Western names in the Wild West region, you know. It's been the opposite case. It's been more of the more not English-sided names. And they're even longer than before. Finished already, are we? Maybe Portuguese? I don't know. Excellent. This actually, one of them sounded more Polish than anything. Excellent. This will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces and tumbleclaw fibers, dried Nopa latender fruit, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tunatenawi. Tunatenawi. The bandit hideout even has a big fuck off sign. Because it was from a mining town. I guess. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. Blowing smoke. A fair number appears to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attraction I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Yehe Sewa will come soon after. The Yehe Sewa. Yehe, I don't know. It's a mystery. I think sometimes maybe they just write down names and they would actually have to pronounce it. with voice acting, so they can just write down whatever. Don't mind me just chucking all this shit into your bonfire. I mean, there probably is a lot of Native American names around here, I'd imagine. If we bump into any Wallachi later on, those will probably have a bunch of Native American sounding names. What's that smell? Look at the noxious fumes coming out of this. Ugh, it reeks. What did you put in the fire? That wasn't me, I swear. Did something die? Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me? What if they just put it out? Boss? Over there? Huh? What in the world? Ah! Oh, dude, he's down. Run for your lives! We've caused quite the commotion. So the smoke that drew them in. I swear, when I find out who did this. I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. It's time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now. They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll hear you. Oh, it's over. They probably already heard us. Shit, who was that? Well, Erenville, you got caught. Cover's blown. Hey, are you gonna help me or what? The bracelet must wait. We'll break him out and withdraw for now. We should have ignored him. Yeah, well, he seemed to be shouting regardless, so we would have been screwed. All that effort and not to show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. No need to apologize. We were planning to save you. Eventually. Really? I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture, I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same, but he's not masquerading as a gang leader. He serves as deputy chief of the Dust Watch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I could do to after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hit the cache. Reckon he's headed there now too. We can go together. I got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right, so those bandits in Tona Tewahi, they're called the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect the people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed to help to even the odds. And then we became loan sharks. That was 3 years ago. Whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best we knew how. With a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held account for their crimes, even those in a position of authority. And we made sure they did, every time. Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture and his slugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, and they did his bidding without question. But when he showed up, when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Kikana and Lewin, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. Oh, we saw them in the jail earlier. What a coincidence. I walked around the town and I noticed them in the jail. That's interesting. But when the day came, he showed up with the Dust Watch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. As if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Dust Watch. I could probably pay them out, my man. I could do it right now. But that won't fix the problem. And that's why we're ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was, until that guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of town that the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner then, well, you know the rest. You said the Dust Watch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture then? No, not all of them. The sheriff, Kameka, he's as honest as they come. A staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the deputy chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where the Vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Shishenzewazi Springs. That's the name that I thought sounded Polish. Shishenzewazi. Shishenzewazi. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Law of the land. Wild banana blend. Emarrel looks expectantly for Wihuwiti. Well, well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves his spoils in cerulean barrels. No one would think to look. They're mixed in with the regular shipments of fuel to Tuliodal, where they are sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he trusts a lackey with that business, given his providence for the peace. No, I'll wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got the coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Huasawatawi, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard, and we're going to catch him. We need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Husatawahi would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the other to search the barrels for any stolen goods. And using that, will expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Hibuate's carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there'll be time enough to find it once he's behind bars. But won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try, but that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way, he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understands the importance of duels by the old laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we'd be living... It's not like we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the vulture. How can you be so sure that you'll win? The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? I'll let Sakura have his duel. We can trust in the old laws, as long as we get the bracelet back. Yeah, as long as we get it back, I don't care. That bracelet's really important to you, huh? Don't worry, I'll see to it. I'll see to it you get it back. The vulture will probably use live rounds. But could he use live rounds in front of the whole town and get away with it, is the thing? I don't think so. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. He's the police. True. I guess if you're the police, you could just make up the laws. I was seen in Tunitawahui, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. And then you're with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. If he even suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You want to buy your friend as much time as possible, and make your way to Husatawahi. Once you've got the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it. The Yihasea were likely that Shitona's doing. What's his angle? Humph. And then there's the brat. It's past time I dealt with him. We who would say wait is oblivious to presence, perhaps a gentle poke will get his attention. Slash poke. Poke, poke, poke. What is it? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Ahem. Have you need of the Dustwatch, miss? What? Zokoa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison that he turned to a life of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, miss. Might I trouble you to make... might I trouble you to take me to him? Take me to him. Wihuete is now accompanying you. Now we got to walk. It's a dialogue thing here, though. Ask about the Shinsen Zabahi Springs. Not that this is the appropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist, Shinsen Zabahi Spring is home to a thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. Such as yourself. Surprised, isn't it? I wonder what is over at that town. Because there's no etherite, which is interesting. Is this the place? I don't see him. Whoops, silly me. This isn't the right way. Ah, I see. Very well, lead on. There's another spot over here I can talk to him. What about the cerulean deposit? Ask about the cerulean fields. There's gold in these fields, blue gold. Ahem. Best be wary of the beasts in these parts. They may prefer to snack on cerulean. But for you, I reckon they'd make an exception. Unfortunately, I don't overlevel them, so they won't make an exception. They'll still attack me. Even though they stand their chance. Destination. Is this the place then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. Is this some sort of joke of all the... Let's keep moving. God damn it. See if we can lose aggro on this thing. This should be beyond the leash rage, surely. There we go. This guy keeps getting aggro and everything. This better be the place. Ah, now I remember. I left him tied up around a big rock. Must have been a different rock. My patience is wearing awfully thin, miss. If he isn't in the next place we stop, I might be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. I didn't use this orchestrion. So is this weapon even a better? I don't think it has more weapon damage. Yeah, it's the same weapon damage. It's not actually a better weapon. Exactly the same substat bonuses as well. Besides like one more substat like cap. That's it. It's not actually better at all. Ask about the cactuses. Unless you'd rather I feed you one raw, needles and all, cut the chit chat. He's losing patience with us. Alright, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where's Zakoa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Confounded, he must have escaped. Goodness me, where could he have gone? Confounded, he must have escaped. That's it. I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you. Hey, Zihuete. You looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you. He's gonna challenge him to a duel.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
In my bag!
So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
You would have had to arrest yourself. Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelets.
What's the meaning of this, Wahute?
Wahute, that's how you pronounce his name.
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wahute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it.
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Oh, you little shit!
Was that a crab cactus? I think the crab was meant to be
Looks
like
you've gotten slow in your old age,
shit. What do you call it?
vulture.
But when the bowl of tumbleweed was meant what it was meant to be.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
Yeah, the crab is like parroting tumbleweed.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wahute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ah, you're not such a bad guy after all.
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wahute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Tunatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakawa? What do you intend to do now?
Why? What I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamott's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all's well that ends well. Really, it ended up being kind of simple in the end, I think. Pretty straightforward. Whew, finally it's over. I wouldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Now that we have the bracelet, let's return to Shinzazawai Springs. Will you be staying there for long? I'd like to give you a proper thanks after we find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see that you are in the springs then. We'll see you at the springs then. I'll have to check the prison or the jail later on to make sure, you know, the NPCs have actually left. That's not who I wanted. Namika. My bracelet. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is more than just a gift. It is part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wuk Lamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond, though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the Deputy Chief turned out to be the bandit's leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. It's the whole crew. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Kiwana and Luwin. If it wasn't for you believing in Zakoa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. I've no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Wihuite put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Zakoa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking in strength besides. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dustwatch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Right. And you'll teach us how you draw your pistol so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need to duel if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we'd best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that you have my word. Until we meet again. If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. as I'll be there for a while yet, though do let me know if there's any way I can be of assistance. But you're not planning to take the train home? Oh, the train service has been suspended. Didn't I tell you? No, you didn't. You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake? It must have happened when we were still down south. There's been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you should speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. Station master must be having a really good time now. Without any trains going to and through. Was the quake coming from the Golden City? It'd be weird if it was coming from the Golden City, right? Because the Golden City is going to be... This isn't an accurate map. I don't think. Wait. Dawntrail. Or maybe it is. The Golden City is like... It's probably somewhere over here, about... Actually, I can probably bring up a full map. Maybe. World map, there we go. Dawntrail. Okay, so... Golden City, I'm going to assume this is where the Blue Forest was. So our Golden City is probably like somewhere down here. So if it caused earthquakes up here, I'd be surprised. It seems people aren't too happy about the train delays. You know, shit, I'm never happy about train delays either. I get annoyed if my train's even 5 minutes late.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
Yeah, we should have felt it.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
We're just thinking that the quakes would tie with an underground city with the sleeping gods. I don't think they're related. I think it's probably whatever relates to the earthquakes probably is specifically in this half of the expansion, I'd imagine.
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zopia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
A flashback to Shadowbringers, where there was a very similar crew. Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our ceruleum-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piarayonan Plain.
Piarayonan.
It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
It's kind of novel hearing so many American accents in 14, because it's always been like, just like, after A Realm Reborn at least, it's been like purely British voice actors. Though no small number live in Shaloni, I must confess that I've never visited the home of Hetsero. As they largely live in accordance to their own traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. Level 96 now. Nice. 97 rather. We've just hit level 96 quests. Come, let's follow Walika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself. Though if you peek through the windows, you can probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Shenza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do. So let's get to it. We'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way after all. There's a train not behind the station master? I guess not. Well, I guess I guess the train station. Oh right, Shaloni Station. Let's go to map marker. Hey, where's the train? There it is. Can't get a closer look though. I need to sneeze. Give me a second. Or not, it's eluding me. I must confess, the trade is a depressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods throughout the wilds now. Right, Mehen Witosin should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. A bunch of tents. Maybe this is where the Wallaki are. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Me Wahatosian, but I do know that their traditions mean a great deal to them. So does the land. Oh, it's one of the cat tribes, I guess. Ah, such lovely clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering cerulean Shisensawazi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine as a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Greetings, traveler, and welcome. I am Hiwato, chief of Meha Watosian. And this is my son, Shepeto. Look at this lad's little baby face. That's definitely a new face. I don't think any of the cats, like male Bakotes, have that as a face option. It looks new to me. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Walika, station master of the Dawntrail railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks and we require timber to make repairs. This is Couch and Erenville, who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. You have an almost curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of fresh fruits, but not of any sort of which I'm familiar. I gather you are not from these lands. I hail from Eorzea. I'm a traveller of the star. I hail from Eorzea. Truly, I would love to know more of you and the lands you've seen. I'm told your people hold your traditions in the highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, as is our love for our lands and our children. The Hetsu, in particular, have done so much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads, the Hetsu teach us all these things and more. It is for that reason I believe that we are tuned to those shifting winds around us. I see the word Hetsu means leader of souls in the Hetsuru tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered in Hetsu among the Hetzaru. Here we look to the Ronek for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of Aetherites, while we are committed to our traditions, this does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbours in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. I'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always so delighted to hear of tales. Now, if you'll follow me. What a bunch of civilized natives. They just want to chat. There's a tune to this. I saw a sightseeing spot further down. Vista Records, number 25. Meha Watosian. This village is home to a family of Hetsaru who have taken the Ronik as their guiding animal. As the name implies, the land where the Hetsu graze is a nomadic settlement. The tents struck and pitched over and over as they followed the seasonal migration of the Ronik. I mean, if they're migrational, what's with the Aetheroid then? I guess they come back to the same spot every time. Wait a minute. This guy's playing his flute. Oh. BGM. There we go. You can barely hear it. If I turn the sound effects up. I like how some of the little, you know, side NPCs have actually had side effects associated with their actions. I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change and will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronik have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near Hutsawati mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others were drawn to the land by ceruleum, Shaloni has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are part of that. As long as they're resilient, as strong and resilient as they may seem, the Ronik are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only Hetsaru, but all the Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Valkona. Valkona, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently, how shall I put this? Hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Shepetto. Heh. Well, there is a grain of truth to the rumors. He's not nearly as bad as you make him out to be. He's learned his lesson. His journeys have changed him for the better. He's a bit awkward, so he tends to get misunderstood. He's a passionate man who cares for his people, like his sister. Is that so? That is certainly a side of him we weren't aware of. Couch Eve fought beside Valkoda in the Rite of Succession. I take her word over the rumors. You took part in the Rite of Succession? You were that close to the Dawn servants? I was grateful for any help, but I had no idea I'd recruited a bona fide hero. The succession of Dawn servants filled us with uncertainty for the future, but there is clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might seek Valkona for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offers us guidance, I'm hopeful that he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Rodique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroads, and if needs be, we'll seek Volkoda's counsel. My thanks again for your time and your timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. Oh, ether current. Need to hit that. Is there a fake going on here or something? No, they're just doing crash mobs. We have more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station. We shall be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands and Rodique? It won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. Oh, fuck off. Somebody dragging up trash mobs onto the quest NPC. And the land would tremble. While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. This, I guess. Deliver the crate of timber to the main road. 2 minutes to complete the task. It's one of these quests we have to carry the item. Some are more accessible, man. This is like halfway down the road. How much more accessible do we need it? I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. I'm sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Once we repaired the tracks, we'll have to do on the first train out south. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid. But you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right that they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the trade-off. It's breathtaking sights, let me tell you. Anito Wikwe will be driving. No engineer compares to her. It's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shenza, and there's still more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass time. If there's anything else in Shaloni you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. Speak to Erenville. At the station. Which we could, I think, get a grass. Oh, we can't even see the maps here. Interesting. That is interesting. Because usually you should be able to see where the maps are like connected, even if you haven't been to them yet. Maybe they did it that way to like avoid kind of soft spoilers. How'd you fill the sites? Well, they appear to have almost finished. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended to set aside sufficient time to view the sequences the entirety. Okay, I will go for a quick pee break. There we go. Wait for the train to depart from the station, yes. Look at her go.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
There's not many trains in this car. Or rather, not many cars in this train, is what I meant to say.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Thrall. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yassolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yassolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Oh, another tremor.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
This is more than a tremor, I think.
Gods have mercy.
What on earth?
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
Wait. The ship's coming out. Here's the twist. Oh wait, they got the same designs as the Golden City guys. Or the Golden City architecture. I see.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
Need to get back right away. We need to follow that airship. I guess yeah, this is definitely the first Promise is doing. He would have used the Golden City gate or whatever. This is probably all part of his scheme.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone!
What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please! Oh. Oh.
Bastard!
That they're farming their ether?
What did it just do?
Back with Jaja's redemption arc. Let's go. Been waiting for it.
I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace.
Quickly! Before it's overrun!
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Oh. She's on the promotional key art for the expansion. So she's definitely a major character. Your boy's leveled up.
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
I'm surprised Kitten Ram's still alive, actually. I thought he got fucked up.
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? You harmed the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No! His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong.
He has never been Father's equal in combat.
Yeah, but now he's got not Allegan tech on his side, I guess.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
He's got the mecha steroids.
Farewell, Sorolja, my son. And forgive me.
Whoa! I'm surprised he actually fucked him up at the end. Beast. He's probably not actually dead.
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
It's so over.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Zralcha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
I think he's a goner. Uh-oh. What does Kratos say? I can scarcely believe my eyes. No, Papa can't die. He can't. No time for tears. How? How could this happen? I should have spoken to Kettenram. Shit.
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
If only I'd been more careful. Right, so Val Luqualamat, Val Corona, I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn. The Landsguard have begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. I thank you for the report. Please inform the Guard that they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people. I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. Thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I can count. We'll split up and help them. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Alphano and Alice, could you take Bayside Bevy, Kryl and Erenvile, the palace perimeter? As for Couch, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet here. We'll all meet back here afterwards. I wonder if the woman we saw briefly just earlier might have been the voice behind the gate. She looked kind of regretful about what was going on. Now we've got some somber music playing. Oh, I can see the ships in the sky. Angered soldier. My thanks, I'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Val Wuklamat and Val Kona? They're not to blame, I understand, I do, but... I need to clear my head. I've got to find 5 people. Weeping Citizen. Thank you, miss. But my husband, my son, they were... Still gonna be people in this circle specifically. Maybe up this ledge. Actually, I almost expect him to be right back here. No. Maybe inside the house? What does Lino Halley have to say? Why has it gotten so quiet out there? I'm not sure I want to find out. No, I think what I need right now is a warm, soothing bath. This man's got his priorities straight. He just bunkered down. Doesn't know what went on. Now, there should still be one person up here still, because otherwise the circle would have went away. I'm assuming that's how it usually is. Maybe they're in this house. Oh no, they can't be. Whatever, I'll look down the stairs first before I come back. Befuddled citizen. Thank you, I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader, they said he looked like Zoral Jah. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the First Promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? Thank you, the pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? Why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Galul Jaja. We were safe, but now... Yeah, okay, the last one is in that circle from before. Somewhere in here. Oh, there they are. Dazed citizen. Thanks. I think I'm alright. Did you see them, those soldiers? They looked like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? Speak with Wuklamat. You finished aiding the people here. Thank you. There were children amongst the wounded. Children. No, now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are at Talon March, and afterwards go and find Alice at Bayside Bevy? I imagine there's going to be some other NPCs like standing around that might have stuff to say, like Hon Ho over here. We've scarcely had time to welcome our new rulers, and now this. Can't we have a day of peace in this damn country? It makes you wonder if every single NPC might have something new to say. What about the alpaca handler? How do they feel about the recent air raid? Alpacas will carry you to safely, but in temporary evacuation or upon the long road to Urkapacha, yeah, I guess not. They probably don't have anything new to say because you talked to them to ride an alpaca to Urkapacha. Wasn't there peace for years under the previous Dawn Servant? Yes, there was. Like 80 years worth. But of course, there's not like the right to succession, regardless of who it was, would probably go down smoothly, right? There was totally going to be somebody who'd be butthurt that they lost and would have to fuck it all up. There was no evidence of significant damage from the. There was no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. The fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from an enemy assault. Yeah, but complaining like there wasn't any peace in this country is just weird. I mean, yeah, his motivation is weird to me. It doesn't make sense. He wants to teach people to appreciate peace by fucking them up? What? What? The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. Yeah, his motivation is bizarre to me. Maybe we'll find out more. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. Well, rather, what I think his motivation was is that he wanted to go to war, teach people that war's really bad, and then conquer everyone. So there's no war. Because everyone's united under the same empire. Or some shit. I've helped all those I could find and seen them delivered into the Landsguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zor Jar actually meant to harm the people. I mean, look around, the buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was to incite fear, to ensure that he could strike wherever he pleases. But we can discuss this later. How's Lamati? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has their limits. She needs to rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the Gornatruk Gleamsands. Gornatruk Gleamsands? No! They killed a moblin. Nah, that's not on. He's gone too far. I'm not having that.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
I think he's gone.
There you are, Lamati. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamati. Lamati!
Oh,
Look at me, Lamati. You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
We'll handle this together, or we won't save your people by brooding.
You're right. This isn't the time for sulking. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings.
Yeah, but I don't think those factions had air battleships.
Even so, I believe that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There'll be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. I just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me, and for urging me on despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly, I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers, those floating ships, the new powers are all Jah commands. Given everything he's done, and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray. But I will make it my strength, the strength to do what I must. Right, I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. Could you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alice I'll be alright? She's probably at Bayside Bevy. Speak with Alice. Interesting. Their armor's sick though. I want it. Oh, you're back. By that, I take it to mean Lamity is feeling better. She needs to be strong for the people of Tural, I understand that, but she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Pick up the pieces. It's clearly not a person. It does look, but it doesn't look like any automaton or Magitech weapon I've ever seen. And as far and wide as you've travelled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zoral Jah's new power. I mean, it looks kind of similar to something Galligan, maybe. Examine the fallen soldier. You may move the camera. Soldier's helm. In front of where the eye or mouth might be, you see a strange sigil on the front of the helm. I thought it was just a visor. Inspect the fallen soldier. Soldier's corpse. From a distance, it appears to be a simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. Soldier's weapon. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. So what do you think? It's unlike anything I've ever seen. It looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face, not least of all. Did you see any signs of a power source? Nope. So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling the ether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as any arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in a battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? We have in Skydeep Sadote. The palace is the palace is made of stone too. No, this is the first response. That's right. The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gates to the. That's right. The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gates to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Yep. The graphical update is surely showing off with a new gear as well. This looks way higher res than anything you could equip right now from the old game. all the way to the back of the palace's throne room. Oh no, at the entrance rather. There we go. Looks like everyone is here already.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told?
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
Why isn't Tekken mentioned he was assaulted at his home?
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Greetings, everyone.
It's Raha, he's back. He stole us too. The gang's all here. We're just missing a Stillion. He'll probably come back later.
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Taral. A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather. sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold?
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Toral nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Galul Jar Jar.
Oh, so he did tell her. Good.
Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
Oh.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allagan, or Mahi, or Nemian. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
Wait, don't tell me that's Kryl. Surely not. Because this would have been 20 years ago, so that would be roughly her age. I don't think it's a book. Because this seems to be the parents coming out of the gate.
Baby? Now hold on. Why would you...
Now what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
What if they just don't elaborate and leave? Could it be they just came out the gate, pass over a baby and a MacGuffin, and just fucking don't elaborate and leave? Ah, yeah. Galif's got my expression here. What? What on earth?
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Charlian and raised her as his own.
It was Kryl then. Huh.
Then the child was...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
What a twist.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers look like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out.
Oh, there we go. He's finally talking about it.
When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical armor.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
Oh. A little awkward. We're going to find out. This looks like a job for the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. We're going to find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zeralja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolal. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we're prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Hello, Y'shtola. Another reflection encroaches upon our own, but how and why now? Well, Graha has to say, I'm indebted to Ochika for overseeing the operation in my absence. I will endeavour to make myself as useful as I can here. Right, Kryl. I struggle to believe I am from another reflection. I wonder, does this mean my soul is thinner than a native of the source? Surely not. Y'shtola would have noticed. Gods, there's so much I don't understand, my head is ripe to burst. I know what I must do now. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Couch? While you handle that, Erenville and I will see provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see to the Resplendent Quarter at Base at Bevy, Alisay, and I will split the rest of the city between us. Okay. Back to the Resplendent Quarter. Ryle Sheckelberg. Dumbfounded farmer. If Tuliala falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we've worked so hard to build? Lives and communities and histories, all reduced to ash by these merciless villains. I heard Val Wook-Lamat is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really, the Dawn servants have a plan already. They've lost so much that they're prepared to carry on. Standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go hear what they intend to do. I can't jump over this fence. I can. Nice. Level-headed resident. I still can't believe we were attacked. For a mercy my family was spared. I don't know what I would have done had they come to harm. I understand Val Wook-Lamat is going to make an address soon. I'll be there, of course. The person does not need to be persuaded to attend the Wook-Lamat's address. Well, it doesn't count towards the quest objective either, because you need to convince people to attend. Well, this person probably needs convincing. Please, leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn. Gulo Jaja is slain, and yet Val Wook-Lamat and Val Kona still fight for our nation, for us? Very well, if they would speak, the least I can do is listen. Oh. Cheerful resident, they seem to have found. Checking on everyone, are you? The city's definitely seen better days, but we can only spare so much time for the morning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we'll all need to do our part. I no doubt Val Wook-Lamat and Val Kona will share similar sentiments at their address. This person does not need to be persuaded. Which means I'm probably... Where's my last person? Maybe by these caravans. These wagons, rather. Don't see anyone. Okay, they're not going to be in here either. Trying to find these people wouldn't be as bad if it wasn't for the verticality of the region. There we go. Despairing alpaca herder. That's probably who we want. It's not safe here. Not anymore. I could try to leave Tural, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-travelled sort. Please, I can't stay here. But I fear nowhere in Tural is beyond the enemy's reach. What are the lands across the salt? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Tural. This is my home, and I know the Dawn servants would give their lives to defend her. I will put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say. Search for more distressed citizens. Need to find 3 now. There's none down here. Composed merchant. Probably don't need to talk to him. I'll do it anyway. Ooh, the wares are mostly intact. Good, glad tidings from my clients. Oh, sorry friend, but I've no time to spare. Val Wuklamat and Valkona will soon be giving a public address, and I have to finish taking inventory before then. Given the circumstances, it must be quite important. You'll want to be there as well. Paranoid resident. I can't leave now. What if those soldiers come back? What are those strange machines looming overhead? Gods, I have so many questions. I see. It would put my mind to ease to learn something, anything of the threat we face. Alright then, I'll go to the winged walk. Thank you. I feel better already, and likely better still once I hear what the Dawn Servant have to say. Check the other level of the markets. Stockpiling citizen, they probably don't care. I need to stock up food and medicine as much as I can. And what else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Sorry, miss, but I'm busy. Too much to do and too little time. There's no telling when those stone men will return. I have to get out of here, find somewhere safe. Or he is distressed. Val Wuklamat wants to speak to us? Perhaps she has a plan then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. Oh, flustered citizen. It's probably our last guy then. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Val Wuklamat and Valkona mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. If we were to survive, I do not know if I can count on them. They're going to strike back at the enemy, so they're resolved to face this. Maybe it is too early to be thinking of running. Alright, I'll go and hear their address. Okay, we can go back to the palace now. Go via the Aetheryte. What's the Skywatcher got to say about the weather? They probably have to keep making the Skywatcher UI wider every time they add more locations. I think we've only got maybe like a couple more points left on this teleport menu. It looks like you've brought quite a few people. Thank you. Alice had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she was satisfied. She was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again. My apologies for involving all of you in Terralia affairs. We are simply helping dear friends in need. Having travelled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see no other way. What's more, Zoralja and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but to the star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you've had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Thanks for a little encouragement from Couch. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We need to see to a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did. Oh. Time for my frame rate to die again. Is sticking all your citizens in one place when you got a bunch of battle airships looming in the sky a great idea?
Are you all right?
What if Cyril just says fuck it?
Yes. Don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zorolcha.
Zorolcha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zorolja torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zorolja and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it.
Hear, hear, brother.
That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're Tuliolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolan!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuliolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Listening to Wook Lamat and Koona, I was reminded of my time in the First. While the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in a like manner. And through their deeds, they answered me. The people of Tural too will rise to occasion, I can tell. To Yasu Lani's shadow. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I'll inform Wuklamat that... There you all are. Ah, Lamberty. We were just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing they haven't given up hope, it was all the encouragement I could ask for. Right then, let's get going. We leave for Dawntrail Skygate. So even at Ether, there is an Aetheryte there. I'm just going towards it. Well, that's the idle pose for Viper. Huh. Everyone's here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Zoral Jah and secure peace for Tuliolal. We'll be passing through Shaloni, where there have been reports of enemy movements, so stay sharp. Jeez, they're all over the place. The Landsguard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and looked to looming overhead. A display of force like the vessels in Tuliolal. Indeed. And while they haven't taken an aggressive action, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaloni Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Couch and I know a few locals who can help. Now let's divide into two groups. Erenville, Alice and Couch will come with me to inquire about the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone is finished, let us reconvene at Shaloni Station. We can start with Husatawahi. That's where the Dust Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The Sheriff Kamaka should be able to tell you a few things. I could have just teleported there, but whatever. It's not like I'm speedrunning. Grab this ether current. I did a tune to this, right? Yeah, I did. Kimaka. Oh, it's you two. And I'll be Valwuklaman as well. You're Sheriff of the Dust Watch, yes? What's the situation here in Hutsawati? Utstawahi? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked onto Shenzhenwezi Spring yet. Apparently, mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If that's true, then the people are in danger. I worry about the other townships as well. If the rest of you could head to the springs, I'll pay a visit to Mehawatosun. I'll accompany Erenville. I'll see you all in a while. Speak with Buklamat over here. And all clear this way. The mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. I mean, it seems okay to me right now. Where are they? Outside. Oh, upstairs. Wait, where are they? Seems to be somewhere in this building. Oh, there they are. Railroad clerk. Oh, you're the one who helped us the other day. Walika and the others are investigating, and they've confirmed that Nito Wikwi is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome appeared. So those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's happened to those who disembarked in Yasulani. What a mess. And just after we finished fixing the tracks. Oh, mechanical soldier just hanging out here. The mechanical soldier shows no sign of life. It appears to have been run through with a polearm. Couch, you came. As you can see, we're doing all right. After those ships appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveller came along and dealt with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Shame I never had the chance to ask his name. This idiot came here and fucked them up. Based. We're all safe thanks to him, but I can't say the same for those in Yasulani. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika is safe. You heard about the spearman as well. That couldn't be anywhere else. Was this someone spreading more gossip about me? Is this steady? He's back. The gang's here. We're just missing Urianger and Thancred, wherever they went. Talk of how you say the town travels fast. Ha ha ha. Not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? So you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. But the rumor's true. Golojaja is slain. I'm afraid so. Zoralja used some dirty trick to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words. You're going to help her, I assume. I see. With your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Sholani and keep an eye on things. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Kona. Kona? Brother? Wait a second, you're the Vow of Resolve? I am. And you're Zakoa, right? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely. If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. I'm the fastest gallant in Sholani. After all, Couch can attest to that. Glad to hear it. We'll leave Sholani in your capable hands. Shaloni, not Sholani. Let's get patrolling right away then. Stay safe out there, and don't do anything reckless. Wasted words, eh? Just do what comes naturally. Oh man, it'd be sicker if Assyrian would come with us. Right then, it's time we headed to the station and joined the others. Something about the eyes on my adventurer plate does not seem right. Don't know what they did. I used to look way more smug before. Don't think the head's gonna shift with this animation either. It's like I don't even look like I'm looking at the camera now for some reason. That's a bit better. Sturla. Thanks to Estinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. The Hetsero were all safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how are we supposed to get inside? If Zorolja and his army emerge from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? It so happens we might have an inkling where one is. These are the engineers of Zaktural Railing, which operates the train between Shaloni and Yasalani. When we went out of our way to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. It was then that we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it is outside? That seemed to be the case, yes. We only observed it from afar. The soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you'd expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers that went to Yasalani? Book Lamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived to Yasadali. But when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was a dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we're to reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected. I say we smash our way inside. Holy. Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Fuck it. Just go. Send it. Despite how it sounds, I actually gave it this sub-thought. Zur Al-Jah wants me to prove that I'm Father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuliolal. By charging in head-on, I'll make my intentions plain as day, and in doing so, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy. I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if we're cut down before reaching their base. What you need is something that'll get you there quick and break through the defenses in a single decisive blow, and we have just that. Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were at the trains in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run them on. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. The good folks are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief... Listen, no matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. So long as we're alive, we can always build another train, so have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? There's no changing her mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, Huddy. I'll keep your wife safe, we promise. We won't leave you with any sorrows to drown, never fear. We'll keep your wife safe. I'll hold you up to it. Can't start a family business without her, much less a family. It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Well, at least it'll go down as a legendary train that saved Toral. That it will, but first we've got work to do, so she'll look the part. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing to lend a hand, there's the work that needs to be doing over at the storehouse. We're going to turn this train into a fucking bomb. That's pretty cool. As soon as we have a path forwards, I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tuliolal and inform Kona of the situation. I shall return as well. I've new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gates of the in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Speakbook Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to Walika and the engineers. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. Putting plans into locomotion. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Zoral Jah will not just strike Tuliolal in retaliation? I considered the possibility. But when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tuliolal, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Tuliolal in danger by not taking the fight to them. So we indulge Zoral Jah at least, until Tuliolal has shored up its defences. Right, we'll charge in front and keep his eyes on us. During which time, Kona will find a way to fortify Tuliolal. I do believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence, so go and see what's left to be done for the train. Looks like the work is getting underway. We'll finish it in no time at all. So what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the right to succession. Would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete the modifications to the train? Of course, what sort of craftsmen did you have in mind? Let's see now. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'd be over in an instant if they managed to just get one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so I've a mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? I could ask Wukavu. We could ask the fellow. We could ask the fellow with a fetish for formalities. You mean Wukavu? Well, he has his quirks. There's no questioning his carpentry. A master carpenter from Okanue. If they'd be willing, I'd be glad to have them. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. Perhaps Emarrel can help. Emarrel would be perfect. We'd be hard pressed to find folks stronger than the Yok Hui, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yok Hui, I'll be damned. Will not want for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. If like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's borrow guns from Kona for everyone. Let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Ballistas, eh? Well, they'd be powerful. It seems to me it'd take too long to reload between shots. If there's some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, then that might work, but weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defenses, and I see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for your train. While I do not conceive of them myself, I know the design. It should be possible to build them here, provided you have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fontaine can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, as long as it's highly conductive to ether. To power the cannon, we will require fire-expected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be as the miners over the spring can help with that. Then if I could leave the crystals and smiths to everyone's hands, I will get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shenza's in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. Heh, the plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Dawntrail. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shenza over to the southeast. Speak with Shenza over here. There's an ether current as well. I'll go grab that first and then talk to him. Otherwise I'll forget about it. That should be enough for lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals though. Might be best you spoke directly to a miner. Can I leave that to you? Great. You're friends with Liat, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get those crystals you're after, it's her. That's the female Fiera from earlier with blue hair. Why can I not jump over this fence? There we go. The hitboxes in some of these fences have been weird. They've been very selective if I can jump over them or not. It was our Viper top weapons. Yes, there were. That's cool. I didn't actually check if the top painter weapon was there or not. We should have done that. Oh, Couch, what brings you around these parts? The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before. But what was that about? hot commodity. This will be then the last quest in this location if we're getting the ether current. Now I remember Cerule Analaz. You can find them to the south of the town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their guts, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest Analaz. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing why Erenville thinks so highly of you. Oh, it's another ether current up here, okay. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger, dominating sort. That's what you need. What you have to do is hunt down for a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat. That's going to draw out the leader. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. You see no signs of your prey. Perhaps you will have better luck to the south. You sense a hostile presence. Oh, a hefty cantankerous Anala comes lumbering forward to you with murderous intent. This is the big bad one. Amazing, you dealt with the beast in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shenza. I'll see that he gets it. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of Elenishba. Anyway, I'd best be on my way. And you as well, in case you're going to meet her. I saw Wuklamat head into the further station. I hope they've prepped up a nice big explosion for this trade. It better look cool. Wait a minute. Oh, there's a little target range here. With like some buff sub-attenders. Didn't notice that before. These should be the target dummies. Because it'd be funny. Shenza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answered the call. All will be ready. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it! I'm idle for a moment, and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Erenville. We'll be on our way soon, and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her again after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once Mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hand arrives. Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tuliolal, I'd been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Valkona, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Garfula does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. While all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Yes, let's get to it. Oh, storming the gate itself's probably going to be a dungeon, I'd imagine then. I think. Alright everyone, that'll do it. You've all done your part. Leave it to us to finish the mounting and armor the cannons, and have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need to thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part for the nation imperiled. Hear, hear, we love Tural. We all love you, Valbuk Labat. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Cap. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. All aboard! Despite his fatigue, there is an undeniable air of satisfaction about Wolika. From here on out, we won't stop working until the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see them. The boarding call will come before you know it. Destination. Wait for the engineers to finish working on the train. Yes.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last! Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
This is the toughest locomotive I've ever seen. Let them try and stop us in this. It's a shame we have to blow her up. Yep.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Can't you just like keep refreshing it, Graha?
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Vanish!
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone.
No, you don't. They switched to firearms!
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
I can't imagine Erenville's going to be very accurate with this thing. Yeah, well, I guess we're in now. Maybe.
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erenville?
Mostly.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Vanguard now accessible. Oh. Instant pop, nice. Need to repair. Just wait on the tank to. There we go. See what we're in for. Well, our tank could. Maybe I shouldn't be too trusting of warriors just because they have bloodletting, because they might not pop it on cooldown. They might be cutting it close. We'll see. I might pop a little extra on them. Nice, good crit. Oh shit. Yeah, I guess a soil will be enough. Because blood wetting should come up now. Yep. Vanguard Commander R8. It's just a man on a bike. Electro Wave sounds like an AoE to me. Oh, that hits hard. Oh, I see. Don't know why I art a word there. I'm just gonna chuck an adlo on myself just in case. Yeah, okay. Just as well that I did. Wait, this guy seems to know what they're doing. Yeah, if you just stand outside, it's completely safe. Okay. Should be safe here. Oh. Oh no, we're good. It's just a 2 AoEs in a sequence. Oh, I see. I got fucks up there. I wasn't paying attention exactly to how that attack axis. I thought it was just going to be safe on the outside. Guess not. There's probably more to this. There was a door. Keep coming! We could have kept going. There was no reason not to. Just two lads are actually demolishing them. It's a doorway here. Yep. Oh, I guess that was the last trash mob, okay. Protector. Search and destroy. There's a bunch of ads on the. Oh, it's just AoE spam. Easy. Fillmore's fence. Oh, that's interesting. You gotta walk around the fences. Motion sensors. A motion sensitive bomb has been affixed to you. Oh, it's the this thing. Fuck! I got greedy. Vanguard Brazen Maiming. Just oh, it's the enemy's gear set, the dungeon set. Blood weight should be up, yeah, because you're getting smacked. Ooh. Wait, where the fuck's my fairy? Why are they all the way over there? My fairy was in the other room for some reason. So I just wasted Whispering Dawn and Consolation. I guess I forgot to recall them. It was kind of funny. Vanguard Rapier. Oh, who's this? That such a serious beat should be allowed, but it ends now. Ophidian Outrider, Xander, the Snake Skinner. We redeem our honor with all your lives. Electrothermia. Saber Rush. Soulbane Saber. Oh, there'll be a quarter of the arena that's safe, I guess. Oh, he's going down quick. There must be a phase 2 to this. Enveloped in a genital light, the pulse of life surges through Xander's the Snake Skinner. He gets back up. Oh. Oh, it's like a conal AoE, the way it's facing. It's fine. Oh, wait. Oh. Slitherbane full guard. Oh shit. Slitherbane rear guard. You want to be in front of him. Screech, that's probably an AoE. Yeah. Feel free to LB at any time. They'll probably do it at 2%. There we go. That's sub 10%. That's better than usual. Okay, he's actually dead. Cool dungeon. I didn't understand the rotating AoE on the first boss though. I probably need to do that a couple times. Probably just need to follow it from the middle, I think. What do we get as loot? Vanguard composite bow and my Vanguard codex. Okay, this is actually an upgrade. Ooh, fancy. Didn't get any other interesting gear though besides these legs for maiming jobs. 2 die channels though, that's cool. What's the second one?
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yassulani, and yet
it's all fucked up.
Wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassulani, can it?
Heritage found. See, this is my current glamour. Include the book. I can't apply plates here anyway. I was prepared for something strange, but this is like another world. I don't understand. The land of Levin. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material is not something we use in Toral. It's closer to what we saw at the gates of the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have built in such a short time. Then I'm inclined to assume that it's been transported to another location, or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us naught. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. Oh, the party's down there. Time to go. Ouch. It looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yasadali station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find something to talk to. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. So a few Aetherites around here. Electrope Strike and the outskirts are the Aetherites. Oh, I hit 98 as well, which means I have 60-second recitation, which is pretty huge. Okay, I don't think anyone's here though. Yeah. Dead town. Rip. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost if it hasn't been used in decades. I'm pretty sure this is Yasilani Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. A time dilation sphere? I don't know if it's a time dilation sphere. I'm willing to bet that well, we already know the gate at the Golden City probably led to another shard, and we know there's ways to transport shit from one shard to another. Because Raha already did that in a different timeline. For Shadowbringers, he transported the entirety of the Crystal Tower to the first. So the feasibility of this coming from a completely different dimension and being just dropped here is not out of the question. It's probably the likely thing that happens. So the fact that everything's fucked up means that there might have been a time dilation sphere, perhaps. Because, yeah, this stuff looks fucked up. Like, it looks aged as well. The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. It might be a time dilation sphere. We'll come out and everything's different. Rusty train tracks. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. It might actually be a time dilation sphere then. Because, yeah, everything's super old, apparently. You find a train turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. We'll come out and find out every minute in here has been a year outside or something. Somebody's got the full set. Oh, that's somebody else entirely. That's an NPC. They look friendly. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to look at this. It's one of those mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms that this is indeed Zoral Jazz domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yasilani Station. Aye, and I've no doubt we're in Yasilani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in the flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing possible? It's gonna be really funny if this is how they do like a time skip for like the main story or something. So like, so while we're in here, outside, it's like we come out and a lot of shit's happened. We have encountered this phenomenon before, so as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may come and go have gone in another. But if this is Yasilani, then we should still be at the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says this is Yasilani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. Bzz, may I be of assistance? It's still functioning. It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? The slow turd. Unable to confirm credentials. Bzz, please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. It's broken. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. It might be useful, Book Lamat. I guess we're leaving it. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Not on the bridge. Not on the bridge. It's below. Look there, the lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go take a look. Let's go take a closer look. And they're huge. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes. These, I suspect, they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Stola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Like, I can't wait to be fishing with this intense BGM in the background. Oh, it looks like your village got fucked, Erenville. Sorry about that. What in the world? There's nothing left.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Oh, it's the enigmatic lady from before.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
What?
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps
Don't tell me he's living in some fantasy land where he's the
Yes, if you mean to ask
The
if
King
there
of
is a
Resolve.
King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title.
Oh, Christ.
And together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulishola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know.
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first.
See, just like I was saying.
Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
Ah, you're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting more people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
I'll take it there will be trouble if Zorolja hears of this. Isn't it a little odd for the Queen to be walking around on her lonesome? Yeah, what's going on here?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Both.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
She's an odd one. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl appears out of nowhere, proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. I agree. I don't trust her. A royal welcome. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. This is a nice light theme. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Emarrel. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Terali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. Electro what? Electrope is a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would allow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. I guess they're all just hanging out here. Be interesting if Erenville actually does bump into any relatives or people he knows. What's going on with these trees? Interesting.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The queen has come!
Everyone's got those devices on their head.
You look well, Paquine. And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
I have a feeling it might not be entirely genuine, though.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
the rumors of a link to the outside are true, then Rook Lamont is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Popone? That is a Tonawautanrig to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa, that's how her name was pronounced.
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Pepone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoraljar's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Well, that's what he meant by it.
30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Meaning this is a piece of another reflection. Do you suppose time is still passing faster here? That's the second question.
I was able to make contact with Yestola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, Would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
She is a little odd, though. I think she's gonna like turn around and mask off at some point. At what is dead. I don't know.
And its people.
I'm suspicious.
I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasulan.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Didn't they say the Golden Kingdom had immortal people, so couldn't the devices on their heads be the cause of the immortality? Maybe the mother rejected the implant. Perhaps. I mean, it definitely gives them some sort of way to cheat death, right? Because that's what Zaluja did. I'm going to bet actually that maybe their bodies aren't actually real to begin with, like their vessels and their souls or whatever are in this device. Is what I'm thinking. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. Are they holograms from what you're saying? Not necessarily holograms, but you know, there's some sort of vessel, some sort of construct. They're like androids with human brains, kinda, if that makes sense. But the brains contained in this device is what I'm thinking. You went to such lengths that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases from which there are no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure that there is much you would wish to learn as well. So perhaps, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. The same mechanical bodies as the soldiers, perhaps. I'm just thinking there's got to be a purpose to this device. And it is not... Because of Zulal's used it to basically revive himself. Like, I don't think this is like a mind control device. I think it's literally... They implant their soul in this device. And it's attached to a vessel. Is what I'm thinking. Rather than bore you with the lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yupyi's Halo, as it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. Yupyi's Halo. I guess we're off to Yupyi's Halo. No, we're off to the Aetheryte first, and then I'll turn it back. There's a gemstone trader here as well. Wait, I like her apron. It's bound to be the new crafting set. As luck would have it, the reforgers have brought in a variety of wares. If you any bicolor gemstones, I'd be happy to trade with you. Forecast terminal. That's going to tell us the weather around here. Thank you for accessing the forecast terminal. Acquiring meteorological data. Heritage found there's only umbral static with umbral static. Okay. If there's only one weather condition here, you probably finish the quest and then it stops being lightning all the time. You probably dissipate the barrier. Mahuyasa. Well, however you pronounce it, I don't care anymore. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in a myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen XIV, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. So the rumours of visitors from outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them to look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here. You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in their work too. To it appear we have permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead, I'll keep Sven company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not suspicious. I'm not the suspicious type. But given our position, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point. But be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wuklemat's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with other farmhands. It's a big farmland as well. Elias. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... Huh? You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields, mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. I admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work, but honestly, I enjoy how revolved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Though, if these are just vessels, do they need to eat? Is also what I'm wondering. Biological vessels? Or do they just grow food for a laugh? Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then. Well, this here's a storehouse, or rather, the entrance. The real storehouse is underground. Much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside. which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table on Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. If they are vessels, then they must be like biological, as to some degree then. If they're feeding a populace. The saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier, that true? So it is. Which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have any desire to leave, mind you, I'm quite content with my life here at Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here in UPA's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job's a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. This farm takes a long time to traverse over. Sphene. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would be hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with farmers. Let us return to Mahuusa. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? Everything was surprisingly normal. I was amazed that I was amazed that everyone loves their work. Electrope is quite impressive. I was amazed that everyone loves their work. Everything was surprisingly normal. I guess Electrope is quite impressive. No, I was amazed that everyone loves their work. I'll say that. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, but I jest. It's true that the people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always, they take to their duties with good cheer. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamity? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others called you that by name and I thought... Oh, no, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. She's disarming you. Muklamat, don't fall for it. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. The machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment, it's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with energy and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We would take care of it if you'd like. That is the most gracious of you to offer, but it's much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliolal. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Couch is even stronger than I am. Oh. Then very well, I gratefully accept, but please take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. Back getting people on their pay-to-win bikes. A slightly higher movement speed. Only on the ground though. It's always nice when the person on the same step as you helps you out with the monster. Ah, you're both alright. Thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely break a sweat dealing with those fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed, with this, we won't have to ask Zoral Jah's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction of the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sveen. That's enough, Mahuswa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folks here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favoured us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never failed to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Sveen, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Shall we move on then? Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will have also returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us any time. Actually, I wonder if this leads somewhere. Now that I'm looking at the map. This we'll find out. Do you hear that? What's going on?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika.
Oh shit, it's Namika.
Everything is going to be all right. What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Euthanasia.
Is there any way I might
It
stay with her for a little
maybe
while longer?
kinda. I've thoughts of what might be going on.
We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged
okay, I see
by
what
a
happens.
devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents by means unknown.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder.
Okay, so
Once you have been
I'll
registered
talk
as
after
my
the cutscene.
guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoraljar resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father, and to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I am afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
His memory just got scrubbed. With that device.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
Okay, they're already revealing some of the thoughts I had
Any
that was
person
going on.
seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
Okay, so as Sven already discussed, their shard is probably already like a reflection. It's already been destroyed due to a cataclysm anyway. But I guess this entire structure was made as an arc, basically, and would just float in perpetuity, I guess, avoiding the whole cataclysm thing, and then it somehow arrived here. As for the head devices, see if I can find someone to illustrate. Here we go. I still don't know if the bodies are their real physical bodies or not. They probably are. There's still clearly some biological function to them if they can die. But either these are where their souls are contained, or something else is controlling their mind with the... I don't think it's a mind control device. I think their souls are contained in here. And then once their physical body perishes, this thing is then, I don't know, put on a server where they live in, I don't know, digital paradise or some shit, is what I'm thinking. What's going on? How could Pepone suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetheryte. Everyone's probably forgotten about her. And I guess they make people forget about these things so that there's no hardships. There's no suffering. Working resident. An old woman named Namika. I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. This solution die place is probably some dystopian shit I'm willing to bet. I do recall caring for someone until recently, and you say that that woman was named Namika. Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. What's that? Do I know Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she spent time here, I would remember. No one remembers. Namika's been backed up on a server in the big tower, is what I'm thinking. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt the surge of ether correspond to the act too, and I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pepone seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily resolve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we should search for Kahushia instead. Sven said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. What's this thing? Impossible. Don't tell me that's her. Another kind of mechanical soldier. It looks dangerous. We better destroy it. It looks harmless to me. What are you talking about? Should we give chase? I think I understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Erenville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try and track it down. It's a pretty long ride. I can't get over this, I can. Destination. Also, the threatening music for this thing. It looks completely harmless. It looks like a joke monster. You found it. To the northeast. Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. It'll be fine. I don't know why everyone's so worried about this thing. I heard faint voices coming from the inside. So it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready to fight, everyone. Oh, there's a cave around here. Underneath a current. And just tap this. I need to attune to all these to unlock flying later on. So I might as well just get them while I can. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. I can't make out this conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard. Looks like someone's hideout.
What is this?
Erenville!
A trap?
It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light, and I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Elnespia!
My darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. What are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galul Jaja's kin? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elnespia was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, but this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Elnespia are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
So I'm willing to bet she probably already died physically, but instead of having her memory thing being stored in the server,
How are things still getting strange?
she had it put in that robot. Is what I'm thinking. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what happened, we'll have to ask her. Gone and forgotten. Let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldessian. It's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this is just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. Okay, so maybe I'm way off. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoral Jah's ambitions for conquest. As a leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was found for an altogether different purpose. And that is... As I expected, you've already noticed everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoral Jah. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electrope technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What does it do exactly? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls is a common resource, and payment for services rendered. What's the other function? The void scent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect that act to come with some risk. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? Wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? Wouldn't it delete your sense of self? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten Amika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing it. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So this is what is meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, an integral step in soul cell production. Okay, it might have been off the mark. We'll see. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. This is then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to Yokkyu's philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Ultimate question, if you destroy the cloud, will people die from the sense of all the loss they have experienced? Who knows? Thing is though, it seems that people just forget people and then the memories of them are in some nebulous cloud, I guess. But then they're not really remembered, are they? If they're just somewhere where people probably can't access them. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the maddening death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that Tirali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they wish. Sveen didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Oh, you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zoral Jah. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right, but however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. Probably someone doing some like really risky work where they just die constantly. Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunderyar's hunters to fell any fiends that found wandering in the area. You're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of these hunters. it's up this cliff. Right, can we get up from this way? I think we can. Yep. Strika. Kahuchia. Kafuchia. Kafchia? What was her name again? I think that's how I pronounced it. Kafchia? What are you doing here? I'm with so many friends. Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at the work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on, I assumed you were wearing special regulators like Queen's Fiend Crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you that they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Dangerous side, there isn't really much to see. Kafchia said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact that they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the dangers, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see it's this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course, in which case it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. If you can all handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. Oh, there's a lot of activity going on around here. Survey the designated location. What about these two guys? Oh, must be a cutscene. This one will do nicely. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. I don't like the look of this. Let us help. Oh no. Look out. Preserve. She needs healing. I like how it's the resurrection sound effect. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Fuck, she's juggling it. Just like Zoral Jah. Come on, let's get out of here. Is that also a function of the regulator? I think I understand now how Zoral Jah was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm still not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me. You empowered yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the Serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the King's elite. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same, in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of the people and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant their user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about the souls of beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing them with strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in a physical change. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws, too many, and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of the Void scent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations and the reflections are surprising indeed. While we all have our own thoughts on souls, for now the important thing is we know the power of Zoral-Ja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip most memories from the souls entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tulial's concern, this is newfound power. Zoral-Ja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost. Embracing oblivion. I trust you've gained an insight into the souls of Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. It's interesting that they advertised Solution 9 despite it being like clearly right at the end. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a whole gulf between Tuliolal and Alexandria, and while Zoral-Ja knows everything about us, we hardly know anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within the enormous tower Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. Is that we work with Kafchua and our people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust. But the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoral-Ja. Sphene too claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple really, their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her as her word. A fair point, and knowing Zoral-Ja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves but everyone in Tuliolal. As you say, we have no proof that it's really Kafchua. If I make my proposal in full awareness of this, Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can, otherwise we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zoral Jah, for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiments has clouded my judgment? If it's a trap, then we'll deal when it's sprung. I trust you as well. That's always the way with you. Fine. If you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Entrance to Earth and Sky hideout. Kaftua. Kaftua, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zoral Jah. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zoral Jah. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realise this is sudden, but it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While you've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kaftua. Everyone, together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zoral Jah's whereabouts. Is this a palace inside the tower? After a fashion, the king resides in the uppermost level, but while Queen's Fiend has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified, not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at a given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know where his whereabouts, Zoral Jah will eventually march on to Tuliolal again. That's when we go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliolal. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you chance? Surely he's aware of your presence here. At that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm, but if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him, show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliyola again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliyola requires that Zoral Ja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defences. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Shistola, and will make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word of the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zoral Ja to move, you do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourself with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this was the place. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. About that, Sphene said that she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did. Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakye. Why are their names so different? We've got Nostalgia and Wayakye, but they're twins? With different naming conventions? I'm Nostalgia, it's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wawakye is a Tunawatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tuliyolan, and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor our both cultures. Okay, makes sense now. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released, but when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard, even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion, hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the Order. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, no, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. I'm pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine's is Tonawatwan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, of our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone is so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts. Oh, and Eleneshba, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kafchua. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Oh. Meanwhile, in Everkeep, Zalulja is unhappy. Or something to that effect. Look, it's the server room with the souls. Probably. What's Sphene up to?
You've been consulting with Wuk Lamat. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wuk Lamat bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliyola? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wuk Lamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
Yeah, he cheated.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
At least I know Sphene's not scheming anything against us. She is being genuine.
No one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act.
Queen of Reason.
Uklamot, if you are Father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yulal.
This guy likes chatting shit about his dad, but he needed 2 lives to kill him. In the end, he's not that hot shit. It was a 1 credit clear, but not quite the no death run. Right, Kafchua is awaiting. Let's head to the tower. Towards the tower, which should be this way. No, this way. Which way is it? It's this way. So will he turn more bestial in the fight with you by over-consuming beast souls? Probably. That's what I expect to happen. He'll become the biggest, nastiest beast person of all. Or something to that effect. Let's turret leave me alone. There we go. Ah, there you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. Somehow consume for the Garmante. Imagine. And if she hasn't? Then you may have a swarm of Zoraljar's minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if Sphene has betrayed us, eh? Thank you for your diligent servants, friends. My companions and I would like to pass, if you'd be so kind. Outrunner guide unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified. Verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits. They used Solution 9 in a lot of the promotional material. So the whole tech thing wasn't so much a twist. But I didn't look at much pre-release stuff anyway, so there's still plenty of surprises for me, at least.
Everkeep, a tower of electro piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Jacques Tural, Solution 9.
floating industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrodes, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralj's Dominion, do you not?
You had me at the explore. We do not need a better understand. We do need to better understand who and what we're dealing with here. I'm just going to select the first option.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Eleanor, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so
It's kind of weird
different
how
from home, is all.
Erenville has a kind of like Icelandic accent while, you know, being raised by Americans. He sounds like the odd one out. Oh, the map's already revealed. Okay, this is... Oh, there's minor aetherytes around here. So this must be the endgame hub, I guess. Tower's inside the tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. How long has he been away from home? I don't think he's been away that long. What probably happened is that they casted Erenville without, you know, having the backstory set for him yet. And it just happened. Aetherites. What type quests do you have here anyway? Dawn of a New Deal. Probably for collectibles. Sights of the West and Beyond. That's going to be more sightseeing log stuff. Okay, so all our vendor stuff's over here, by the looks of it. Maybe it's his father's accent, perhaps. Cool place, though. Definitely unlike anything we've seen before. So I want to look around here. Looks like a shopping district around here, maybe. Or something. It's funny though, I'm probably like way far ahead than most people because I've played so much the past 2 days, so it's going to be pretty empty at the moment. It's Milka! He's already level 100. He probably rushed the MSQ, I'd imagine. I used to raid with him back in Stormblood. Miscellany. Guess I'm out. Mika Head. Oh, this is the new mascot suit. Okay. A chipmunk. With kids with 2 tie channels. That know life is real. I mean, I've got a couple of friends that will just skip all the cutscenes, basically. He's one of them. Not me, though. Just let me fight the kind of person, yeah. I mean, it's fine, whatever. I don't mind it. It's when you have people like that in your static and they're trying to coerce everyone else to skip cutscenes. No. Oh, this is the cafe. I didn't even attune to the Aetherite round here. Recreation zone. That might look nice. I'll go there next. It's funny how there's even a fair skies weather condition here, because I'd imagine the weather probably doesn't change here at all. maybe it does. Be interesting if it does. So this is the recreation zone. Yeah, they got car parks around here as well. Motorcycles. Tesla vans. No, let me walk in the foliage. Emmeline Einhart. Fancy seeing you here. Okay, that's honestly a funny detail. Because we saw our sister in Tuliolal, of course. But because it's like she's been fast forwarded 30 years, she's looking about age now. That tome, that wouldn't happen to be a sightseeing log, would it? Milith! Now that's a name I haven't heard in a good long time. And dearest Elsby. She's my twin sister, you see, and I haven't seen her for 30 long years. Not since I was trapped during the exploration of Yaslani. It brings me great joy to know she is well. Pardon me for asking, but might I see the notes she added to your log? She always did make such bold strokes in her lettering. Here. I've added my own notes. Some of the information may seem improbable at best, but I believe there is truth in every entry. Were I younger, I would set out in search of these fantastic sights myself, but alas, my body can no longer endure such travels. Though thanks to you, I feel lighter than I have in an age. If there is one thing I should wish, it is to see my sister again before I die. There is so much I would share with her. But you have better things to attend to than an old woman's musings. Take care, kind adventurer, and may your journey lead you to vistas both bright and unforgettable. You Dawntrail entries have been added to your sightseeing log. I laughed, but it's honestly kind of sad as well. What else is in the recreation zone? We've got big GPUs. There's a big GPU tower. I think this will be where the raid will take place. We've got vending machines here as well. I imagine the art department probably had a lot of fun making this place. This leads to a dead end though. Gods, I'm bored. When am I getting this squat? Yoshi P? Gotta be something to do around here. This is clearly the delinquent zone because of all the graffiti. Okay, dead end. Let's see what else is around here. I need to hit the other Aetherites. I think I already attuned to that one, but there's two more on this platform. I wonder if the screens will start reflecting the current raid tier when that starts coming out. It's called the recreational district, but I don't know. I was expecting more recreational stuff around here. I guess because this is the main street where the recreation happens. That's why. Got a bar around here. Yep, this tower will be the raid tier, from what I heard. Wait, are these pools? I think these are pools. Oh, it's a pool. Oh, it's just a... not a deep one, though. Where's the arcade? I want to lose $20 in quarters. I don't know where the arcade is. I haven't found it. I need to take some screenshots. Oh wait, do that from first person mode. Fucking animation stop. Right, there we go. Actually, if I sit down there, I won't play any more animations when I G-pose. I can imagine there's a teleporter back down to the ground level from this side. You'd think. Is there not ones from here? Can they exit from one side? Whatever, I've got the etherite. Might as well just teleport. I can go down the way. Right, there's a couple of aetherites out here by the residential sector that I want to hit as well. I wonder if there is a night theme here. Now that I think about it. Because it doesn't seem like there would ever be a night time here. I'd have to see. What a wonderful day. Look at these guys have the time of their life. Let me join in. I don't look too happy about it though. Wait, if I do this. Well, this is a nice spot. With all the little foliage bits in the water. By the big residential blocks. And everyone just relaxing on the grass. Just leave me be, I got absolutely fleeced today. Okay, that guy's not having a good time at all. This guy's just dozing. They've even got flying cars. Huh. Oh, mean. All the residential radii are laid out like this, with gardens right outside the entrance. I love to I love to come here to relax. Technology is great, but we'll always need trees and plants, you know. Wisdom. There's a lovely tree outside my house. That I hope the council never cuts down. Oh, why am I using print screen instead of just sheer X's function? Okay, I think it's me attuned to all the aetherytes around here. Oh, there is. I haven't tuned to this one by resolution. Okay, I need to go over there. So let me just. Like, it even goes down a lot as well. They should have done a good job of making this place feel huge. This big important building up here. That's probably the elevator they were talking me not to get close to. Oh wait, isn't that the sigil on some of Sven's clothes? Must be the palace, maybe. No, wait, it's the government sector. Well, that makes sense then. You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Solution 9. Scanning port 9 heritage found is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Well, probably a good point to stop for tonight then. I think. Made a lot of progress today. And I'm probably at the getting towards the tail end of stuff now, so we found the new big city. Stuff's probably gonna start coming to a head. So I'll stop for today and continue tomorrow for another long session until I'm done, basically. So as usual, thanks for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. I've been enjoying myself. I didn't know what to expect out of this expansion because, you know, they basically ended the big story arc in Endwalker, so I'm glad the way this one's been going. I'm looking forward to where it ends up. Though Zalul's motivations, or rather Zulal's motivations, still seem dumb to me, but we'll see. But yeah, that's enough for today. I will stream again tomorrow whenever I wake up, I guess, whenever I feel like it. Take care. Good night.